Oh. Of course, my bloody webcam decides to break down. Why are you not working now? Oh, for goodness sake. Okay. I was like, why the hell is this bloody thing not working? But it was one. I was lying to myself. Okay. I'm very tired. Can you hear me? Something in the something. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Oh, let me fire this mother trucker up. Good morning, Rocket. How are you on this fine Friday day? What was I about to do? I was about to put some music on for myself, not for you guys. Morning, RCA. How art thou on this fine day? This fine Friday. Um, there we go. Oh, I'm tired, man. Man.
Good
But
morning.
oh no. Oh no.
It's
Look who it
broken.
is. Problems arrived. Trouble.
Is that broken? Broken the game.
It is what's broken. What is that broke now?
Dado broke everything.
Fighting with Unreal. Tell me about it.
We broke a real.
I need to. What changes, huh? What changes? Lose something. So that's so. What did I write in my book? I wrote a little booklet of what I need to do this morning, this afternoon, I guess. I'm shattered.
It's always morning.
So, first thing. Oh, sort out collisions and when we disable them. Yes, that's the first thing. I think that's actually fine right now. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, because I'm unsteady now. Does that freaking run that robot too much? That it does that one so much. It's almost annoying. Might limit that. I shouldn't do it. I might limit that height scale. Although that's valid. Like theoretically can do that. That one's pretty good too as well. Gotta find somebody to lose some against this too because I'm unsteady too. Okay, so currently we don't really have much issue with not being able to climb up anymore, which is really nice. You should, if you fire it off, at all points, theoretically, like 99.99999% of the time. Unless, well, obviously, if you're too far, you just wouldn't. Um, but within a reasonable range, if I just tap it, I will climb, um, which is good. And it will find an animation to pick and optimize that, the heuristics of it and all that. If you're going pretty quickly, however, I might, it does pick like this freaking cat passy one, which, to be honest, not really complaining about too much. And actually, I'm getting a bit of variation here, to be honest. It only seems at the start, so I'm not too bothered about that, actually. And I'm just tapping this, by the way. I'm not actually holding the look for climb. Because I basically want to tap and see. Because if you hold, you'll definitely find. But I just want to tap and see how see there I didn't find, and if I tap then see then it just finds that mother. It's so annoying. It finds that dude, and it's really really infuriating that it finds that guy. Mm. Okay, so about 90% of the taps find. If you don't find, you just tap again and it finds, which is nice.
Sometimes it does that kappas, and I he always bounces off the wall.
Yeah,
Can we filter that? Yeah,
yeah,
that
that's what
one.
that's what I'm working on now. Because one of my things is why always cat pass. um, yeah, it just does it too often. It's always hitting the wall. Um, it's because yeah, there's something sauce going on with it. I need to have a little
But
debug that.
can we add like per animation filter, like a cat path needs to be at least like X amount off the wall to do
Yeah,
it.
yeah, definitely. I want to see if I can just find a better way because it should just pick a better one. Let me see here. I think we don't weight it well. waiting at face landing distance might not give us the best one, because that face to landing distance actually gives us the yeah, it could give us including the takeoff, because that had a bit low takeoff. That might be why it's picking it over everything else. So when I'm gonna clean this up anyway, and whilst I'm cleaning up, I'll see if I can find the reason. So let's clean up all this code, this crappy code that someone wrote. Not me, of course. I wanna find somebody to lose. Oh, all right. Let's. What variables do we reuse? And let's just create them one time. We don't need to use them twice. That makes sense. And then grab, yeah, additional scale multiply equals. Yeah. Okay. Root distance at hand rest. Yeah. Root distance at takeoff. Yeah, we reuse that. So move that to just one place. Root distance at landing. Do we use that? No, you do this at hand rest. Okay, so we can make that one specific to there. Um, you had the chance to love me, but apparently from. So then we say, let's. Oh, you're still waiting, wondering. Hardness. So this ledge distance from takeoff, we use both in there and in there. So let's say ledge distance from takeoff equals. Oh, Jesus. So, what do we say here? Buongiorno, ma. How about that? I'm quite dark today, aren't I? What's going on? Maybe if I adjust the camera. You see my beautiful face more? No? Oh well. What's this have to do? Me in my house coat at 1:30. Don't judge. No judging allowed. Um, my brain is just not firing today. Okay, so this mother trucker, let's reduce this. Um, if the distance to take off is greater than the distance to take off, then I want it to be 0. Otherwise, distance to take off. Don't need you. Oh yeah. What? Oh, it's capital O. Derp. Um, Ledge distance from takeoff. Beautiful. So either, yeah, otherwise, the ledge distance from takeoff is just going to be zero, basically. Because if it's less than the actual distance we are, I don't want to basically give us a negative distance. It's just say there is no, you are at the ledge, rather than say you are actually minus 20 from the ledge, which makes no sense. Um, just say you're at the ledge. Um, route distance, which is actually correct theoretically, because you can't be minus 20 from ledge, because the takeoff is going to be able to you would move, so it's just zero. Um, then we say route distance at takeoff is equal to, yeah, if the earliest resting time is greater than the takeoff sync time. Yeah, so if you grab before takeoff, then we only care about that. Otherwise, use that. Route height at hand rest is equal to get the sequence at resting time. Cool. Hand rest height. Cool. Ledge route height at grab. Yep. Minus that. And then route height grab. Yeah. Scale multipliers. That. Yeah. Route distance at hand rest is equal to. Yep. Am I an idiot? It's just minimum resting time, right? A min of left hand start and right hand start. So stupid. Earliest resting time. Yeah, route height, route distance. Sometimes I make things more complicated than they need to be. I want less lines in this thing. The number of lines stresses me out. There we go. This is an absolute nightmare. Then let's add some comments. Let me say, if the hand's pliable taking off, mm-hmm. And then we say here, and return that. And then we say const float route high landing, get under curve value at whatever. Ooh. I could make this a const. I could make this an effective reference. And is get jump skill. Um, turns the reference to um returns the reference to like a jump skill variable that we change around. What? That would be unique. No, I don't like that. I don't know if that's any better. Although, problem is, then we'd have to set the jump skill stuff. No, I don't like that. Because it makes sense if you're setting it like on tick or something, but this isn't done. This is only done when we jump. Oh, well, when we vote. So if I do it when I vote, then it's in the pre-processing. But then I set it just to access it anyway, so it doesn't. I don't think it makes any improvement. Nah, I don't. I don't like all that. That sounds. It's not like a constant amongst it because it's different for every animation. Yeah, no. No. For now, let's do this. I feel like I have this value. Root height landing, right? I'm pretty sure. I knew it. I knew it. I bloody knew it. Yeah, root height landing. Yeah, yeah, root height landing. I knew I had the value. Mother trucker. Cool. Um, issue is I don't know if all the climbs will have this value as well. All the jumps will have this value. Hey man, for now, let me make it the climbs and then we can adapt it as and how we need. So tight. I see the chat popping up in my little screen thing, but I can't see it myself in the actual thing. What's going on with that? Why is that? That's so weird. let me answer it. Let me actually look what it says. So it says autistic lad, what's up, no Renault? Hey man, I don't know if it was a new trailer of the game, but I look back at that was streaming. I think when I was in the cover, there was a trailing up. So yeah, we made that one for London Game Festival. That's sort of like a. It's not an actual thing of what the game is like right now, but it's a sort of like what we want it to be like, basically like a visualization kind of vibe, if that makes sense. It's sort of like a yeah. What what is the game kind of gonna be? Looking back, I mean, the quality of that is worse than what the game is right now. Funnily enough, that's the crazy thing. Like visually, the game is better now than what it was um, in that trailer. So if we made another one now with the current tech, it'd be crazy. Um, Candidate, right? Right. Oh, here you go, live chat. Oh, I was in top chat. That was mine. Yeah, I think it's because YouTube thinks your name's a spam name. Don't know why. Calculate if the landing. Was implanted all. We say get the route height at landing, which is just the route height. Beautiful. That's what we want to see. Then we say the ledge height is equal to this. Yeah, but I don't even need this. This is such a waste. I already have this. Imagine saving this as a variable when it's already there. There you go. Boop. Bye. Additional scale multiplier. That is, we just do that one time. We don't. It applies to everything. So we can just do that. Yep. Goodbye, you. Okay, so then we say the route distance to take off 1.0. Route distance to take off, which I, yep. And then we do route distance at landing. Beautiful. Ledge distance from takeoff, which we've already calculated. Yep. Over the jump length. And that returns our x y scale. And then let's go. Beautiful. If it's bad vibes, tell her don't trip. Now she had a bad high. Yeah, ruthless, but I'm not a bad guy. Okay, this should work. Just the same as before. And then here we clamp, right? And clamp between y 0.5 1.5 and between 0.7 and 1.8 right now. So clamps for the z and the y. So there's the minimum we can pull. So we pull it in. If it's above that, we pull it in. We clamp it. But we don't necessarily need a clamp. But we do because the way we really clamp is this. This, because we only really call this if we know it's within these ranges anyway, but we clamp it as a safety measure because this is not necessarily the case. And our checks might be beyond our minimum range because we're like, okay, well, that checks might, what we might do in the future is increase it if we don't find one and be like, okay, well, can we push it a little bit further to find one? It's like a sort of heuristic. I don't give a about the party. Okay. Okay. Now let's redo live code that. Um, that should just work. There should be no issue with that. And then, as long as that still works, then we will. With lately, when you're okay, so lazy in love, I gotta somebody to lose. Okay, let's play. Nice. Oh, I didn't find the ledge. I was wondering. Oh, what's going on here now? It picks one animation. There's something sus. Highly sus. Highly sus. Highly sus. Yeah. highly, highly sus. What? Yeah. Huh? What changed? Hmm? Hmm? What changed? That's what I would like to know. Because he's doing it, but it's just picking one. Hmm. Interessant. It's got to be. I feel like it's something to do with this. Okay. I don't trust this guy. It's the same thing, though. I think he's gonna do the same thing. Hey, Matero, what are you doing? It's gonna do the same thing, isn't it? No, it picks different ones. See, now it picks different. That's very interesting. Okay, it picks different ones though. I hate that one animation. It's so crap. It likes picking that one for that wall. I don't know why. It's really annoying. It really likes this 3345. Why is that one weighted so high? Man, what the? It really likes some animations. It loves this one. Jesus. Okay. And that one. Not. I always get an animation, but no, I mean that's pretty cool. Okay, now I really got to improve this. Okay, it does it. It does it pretty well. Um, it is better. It's just I think what's happening now is that it always picks those small walls. It has a habit of picking the same ones, which maybe is just the most appropriate scale. It seems, but like that one. I mean, that's a pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good actually. Yeah, it kind of makes sense. It is kind of appropriate. I want more of a speed filter though, I think. See that one? There's no way. It's XY scale is zero. But I think it's now starting to prefer or give preference to the lower XY scales rather than like which is a problem. Yeah. Because the issue is once the XY scale is zero, right? Rather than one, right? So we say the XY scale is gonna be zero. It, that means that we're at the edge already, right? So then if it's a that's you know what, that's why it picks the ones that have a really short phase to landing distance. Because all the other ones, because they have a bigger takeoff distance because of their highest speed, it's gonna be like, yeah. Sorry, not the one. It's not the one difference. Shizer. So basically, it means there's less problem because it keeps more jumps in contention. But you almost want more jumps out of contention in order for other ones to come into play. That's a tricky balance. Let's play around with that. So let's close up some of this stuff. Yeah, this dude. Mm, that's why. It's the wrong one. Distance to landing. Yeah, that's the issue. Yeah, distance to landing. Yeah, distance to landing, right, is the position of takeoff. Yeah, minus the position of landing. So the ones with the smaller distance to landing will actually be weighted quite highly with that phase to landing distance. Oh, no, it is correct because it's the distance to takeoff plus the jump length. Yeah, no, that is correct. But yeah, I bet it has a pretty low one of those, doesn't it? I bet you. Because it doesn't move, it moves way less distance. So when I'm close to the wall, it's just going to pick that one. You know what? Let's try this. Let's not filter weight that. Well, I'll make a change. That's hella annoying. Um, yeah, because basically this XY scale can never be between. The Z scale could be as high as you want. XY can't though. Because we keep the XY because we want it to be. Because even if it's too close, I still want it to be in contention. But if it's too high, I don't. Um, so that's why we clamp the XY, but we don't clamp the Z. Um, and then in our filter anim, get the unclamped one. Y is less than 1.5, right? And this one is between. This is going to be between equal, really. You know, 0.7 to 1.8. Between 0.7 and 1.8. Um, that's fine. It's correct in terms of keeping the logic, keeping it in there, but we need to make it less. There needs to be like a deficit for the fact that your scale is zero, right? It's better already. See, there normally wouldn't have any animation to do, but we do that one because we keep it in contention. He still hit the wall, but at least he didn't climb. And he's also sort out the collisions. That's the next. That's what I was meant to be doing. Of course, I'm not doing that. Why does it like that one? It's because that filter velocity, isn't it? It's quite a high velocity filter we have. Well, we need to filter by scale, the filter weight of the scale of the weight, and penalize you for having a low scale, basically, and vice versa if your scale is too much. Yeah, because these zero ones, there must be one that's slightly better. You know what? Yeah, let's see what's doing. Okay, a load of cool. There's a load of animations in contention there. cool. That makes sense. Some are massive though. I see. See, that's interesting. Right. Some really you can't. 1.02 minus 0.56. It's that Z scale that's the issue. You know what? Yeah, that's for the run ups, which makes sense though. So maybe is we just don't have it. So you get some here that's like 2.38. A lot of them have a really big forward scale. You know what? Because I'm guessing they're the ones where you need to jump. A load of those run ups there, they're not valid. See, one's 1.3, 0. Couple different warp ups. So this one's 0, 0.63. Yeah, that one's a 2.49. Yeah, you know what? We got really filter the not face land distance, but want to filter really the filter weight, the jump scale. These. So I think we'll say then. Um, so for filtering the jump scale, yeah, for filtering the jump scale, then what we could do is say, hmm, yeah, for filtering the jump scale, then let's say, yeah, let's say weight is going to be, um, things we could use like the minimum Euclidean distance, right? So it's just like the magnitude, like the distance between whatever the thing is compared to whatever. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because the weight problem gives us a ratio, right? Um, yeah, it's not gonna. And I guess here it's we could do like the combined weight of weighting both x and y ratios. Could do that, and that comes to your combined weight, and then we minimize your combined weight. So I could be like, problem is that can't be zero. Is That's the problem. You can't because this value can be zero. Um, because it'll try and divide it by zero, which you can't do. Um, it'll throw an error, I think. Or give it inf, whatever. Um, I'm actually a bit stupid. I already have the weight as a ratio. The weight is the scale. Right? Because here we do the parameters of one divided by the other, so we see how much it is in terms of 1 point times whatever it is, and one is just um the perfect ratio. It's exact. So then this, the jump scale is the weight itself. Um, yeah, we don't need to divide it the weight by the weight. Yeah, so if I just do that, That would filter out by this X. Yeah. Take a guess. Take a guess. And if you're right, I don't know. Nothing's gonna happen, but who knows? It'll be cool to say. We'll go back to this stream. Make a note of this stream number and make a guess and see if you're right when it actually comes out. Thing is, we're actually well past 112. We're on like 150 or something because we did like a ton of streams before we started actually counting them up. But I think it'd be cool. It'd be cool to get to like 1,000 something and be like, wow, look where we are 700 streams ago. Um, just think it'd be cool to look back and be like, wow, I did really 1,000 streams. And I think it'd be cool to like literally just it's just us documenting the entire process of making the game, and we look back and we're like, wow, that was like, oh no, you're not serious, man. That's the next thing I gotta fix. It's quite an important fix as well. Yeah, a lot of these are just kind of. Okay, so the wall pops were a choice. It did actually minimize that then. There in that case, then. Yeah, there's a lot of them are just out. The step ups are kind of out. Less than you think actually. There was like one other. Oh, actually, I don't know. There was one. Looked like there was one other one that would have been better there. Really didn't choose the best one there. Then. Oh, but it's a combined weight of all the speed as well, isn't it? Yeah. Let me. Oh, I don't even. I'm like, why isn't it filtering it? He's because I don't do it. I'm like, why isn't it filtering by the jump scale? Well, because I don't actually call it to filter by the jump scale. What's going on? God, very stupid of me. There we go. Million times better. Hell yeah. Okay, that one's fine. I'm pretty sure that is the lowest weight. Yeah, way better now. We get way more variation. Oh, nice. A lot more momentum too. Nice. See, that's what we had to do. See, there, I think the other one, a load of them didn't get picked because that one had just had the best. We should really wait by the height as well, to be honest. Um, Yeah, I love how it picks a lot more flowy animations now too. Seemingly, is the marijuana legal in the UK? It's not, but people do smoke it, and it's like it's one of those ones where it's not legal, but people know it's done. It's just kind of like a um, accepted thing. Like the police, if you get caught with marijuana, they're not gonna be like they won't put you in prison. Basically, they'll just take unless it's enough to distribute, then they will. Um, but if it's just like you're just going to smoke it, then I'm pretty sure they just. Well, friends have told me they just get a fine, or they just. Well, some people, if you're young, they just take it off you. But don't do it again, mate. He's like, all right, I promise. I promise. See, while that filter of the jump scale made a ton of difference. Really did. See, that's what I love there. It picks a step up because a step up is just more appropriate. I mean, we could also filter the weight of the jump height, right? Like, there's no reason why we can't do both. Oh, my. Yeah, we need to improve that. There are some climbs that are just better scaled. Like, these ones are just so much better scaled than part of me is like, look, if you can't, a part of me is like, if you can't find it, scale it by whatever amount. But then I'm also yeah, if you can't do it, just scale it. But then I'm a bit because I only scale only the step ups. But then I'm like, well, if it is one of those ones where the takeoff, then just because basically I'm saying if your takeoff to landing, if your takeoff comes after your hand plant, I'm just part of me saying I'll just scale that whole motion rather than if I just scale the takeoff to landing rather than actually warp it so that you preserve the directional movement better because it looks a bit funky sometimes when you come at an angle. But then other times it looks beautiful. You know what I mean? Well, like 99% of the time it's pretty spot on. There is a bit sus. This is a thousand times. Like right now, after adding that one simple jump scale filter for the distance, it's just a thousand times better. Like we could do it so that the forward distance is half the weight, and then the other one is half the weight, or we just add another scale where it's like both. Um, There's a couple times when on edges it's a bit sus. I mean, it's not terrible, but then part of me's like, would it be better off just scaling that? Basically, just saying rather than saying it is a step up, say look, if it's a thing, just scale it by the minimum clamps. Because I do calculate the scale regard. That's the only thing I calculate the scale regardless. So then if it's the case, just I mean, this is 1,000 times better now in terms of just the selection of yeah, just in terms of the selection of animations. It's just and it doesn't pick the freaking wall pop every goddamn time anymore, which is nice. But yeah, I'm really thinking about just being like just scale the bloody thing. Like yeah, like now before when I was up there, it would always just pick the wall pop, but now actually it's like now it picks that one instead, which is makes sense and more appropriate. I mean, quite rarely picks a wall pop. It's 1,000 times better. Part of me was thinking about opening up the scale actually, but I might even do the opposite. It's super. I'm tapping the button by the way. I'm not. I don't hold the button anymore because basically I reverted to just tapping it to basically see how. Okay, so now if I tap it, it does it. Now to basically see how responsive it is. And about 90% of the time, if I just tap it, it gets a climb, which is the aim basically, like something like that. The odd time you wouldn't find one, and you would just fail, or you do a bail for some reason, and there'd be a reason why I didn't find it, right? So, but like if in general movement, you can tap it and it climb, then pretty clutch. See, that was too far away. That I can actually accept. Oh, it picks that one. That one's around like the thread of it. It has so much more variation now in climbs, which is the best thing. Before you would do like the same 7, 8 climbs. Now it has, and it always climbs. Pretty much always climbs. Like distance is no longer, unless you like. Obviously, when you're too far, it doesn't pick it up at all. But like being too close doesn't stop you from climbing anymore, which was to an extent, right? If it's like a really high wall, you still won't climb it. But if it's a wall that you should be able to get up, like it shouldn't. It should hopefully, although you'll hit the wall because it'll be like you're hella close, you're gonna bang the wall. You'll be hitting the wall from whilst doing an animation, so it won't look as funky. The IK on that sucks. I need to sort that one out. There's like 3 or 4 animations with the IK. It's just not the one. Um, yeah, that one's terrible. What the hell? IK on that is just sucky. That was actually quite like match the surface with. It really does. It's quite cool. No. So now if I'm here and I pop, yeah. Before I just wouldn't have picked it. And it's pretty easy to just get around. Like in terms of just general climbing around, moving around, it's pretty damn good. I won't lie to you. Storror should have done the mocap for Watch Dogs Legion. I don't think I've seen Watch Dogs Legion parkour. Let's have a look.
Sand.
Let's watch. So what we're gonna add? We're gonna add a little like targeting thing so that you can in in the game. So you see how I use it now. The red circle basically shows where you're going to be picking up your ledge. It gives you like an assist in it. So like now you can use. We're gonna add an actual targeting that does something super similar. So you can basically, and then it'll show where the ledge is gonna be kept. So you can sort of like, it'll help you aim because it'll know when you're within range. It's like here, you can actually find one. So you can have a better idea of when you're actually within range of stuff. Well, to be fair, it picks it up from quite a distance, but it may not necessarily mean. Oh crap! It may not necessarily mean it's valid, right? Yeah. Now you pick it up. Now you pick it up. Like I could be over here walking towards that. You won't see anything, and it's like now it's detected a valid ledge, so it can help your timing and stuff as well. So once you see that it starts picking up a ledge, you're like, ooh, okay, let me see, let me try to climb that. But we'll actually do like a UI. Like we could easily just leave the debug sphere, but we'll actually do like something with the UI to be like, here, pick this. Let me get rid of these. See, I don't know why I didn't have the debug message off this whole time. It's so much cooler. It's hella cinematic. Yo. Yeah, so that's the next thing we're gonna add. But so basically, so one of the issues we have, right, is we don't have as much climb and stick coverage we want. So me and Dada, we discussed it for a while. Basically, we both came to the conclusion that we need it needs to be an input to stay, right. Right now, what I do is actually I weight the surface width. So like, well, not surface width, but when you climb up the wall and go off, I weight that based on the surface width. So um here it's more likely to pick one where you're gonna. Okay, well, I say that. It's more likely to pick one that's gonna actually help you stay on the wall, like there. You see, because it's a thinner surface, and It's more likely to pick one that has that thing. Um, I need to have a look at that, actually how I do that, because I might be doing it even worse than am doing it. So that's the next thing I'm gonna do. Surface with filter. um, Yeah, and then eventually you'll do it so there's an input to base. But then we want to get to the point where we have this same amount of coverage, but just for sticks, and then we can be like, okay, well, they've inputted that they want to stay there at some point, so then you need to pick a climb that stays there rather than thing, because the difficulty is when you input it mid climb, you just won't ever get as smooth as of a landing as one that, because like it's tricky because like how you climb will depend on what your outcome is. Like you know whether or not you're gonna stick, not when before you climb, not after you're halfway through the climb. You know when you want to stick, like once you've climbed up. That's when you've decided I want to stick or I want to do whatever. You know what I mean? You make that decision beforehand. You don't. As I'm doing this wall pop, I'm like, oh, I want to stick now, or you mean you know what I mean? So because it's then the blend between two completely separate animations will never look as fluid as like just jumping on this thing and being like, yeah, let me stick. Um, so yeah, we just need more coverage. So it's there, the weight is there. So but we might not have the mechanic to be like force a stick yet until we do the next mocap session, but that will come. But I'm gonna see actually because we have a little bit of coverage, and now with this new scaling, we might be able to. Um, I mean, I can experiment now in a second. Actually, if you give me one sec. I like the variation of animations, and thing is as well. The thing that we don't realize, we actually have such little coverage. Like we have like 7 step ups, right? um, yeah, we have like 7 or 8 step ups, and like 20 run ups and 30 wall pops, which like is, although it sounds like a lot, really isn't. Like really isn't that much. Um we're gonna want to have hundreds of animations, right? Like, given any scenario, any position of the body, any distance away from the wall, and really minimize that warp, which would just an impose match and everything like that, and that is just gonna give you the perfect. It's memory intensive, but it's really key in giving you that perfect. Any given scenario, your character can react to it perfectly. The next thing I want to do here really is I want to try out if it's just one of those ones where, yeah, I want to try out where if it's one of those ones where you are, what's it called? Um, Only warping. Is it better to just only scale rather than only warp? I want to have a play around with that because just the warp ups that you just go straight to the thing. I want to see if it's better just to warp. Might not be, it might be. We'll see. I want to try it. This is quite good though. I want to check this in as like a placeholder. This is much better than what I was at last night, which is really nice. That was a really key change and a couple key fixes as well. But that change there was really key. This year, I'm happy with these weights here. Um, Now what I want to do now is um, yeah. So in here, can't say if it's a step up, do it. But I think if it's gonna do it quite verbosely right now, but the earliest resting time is before takeoff time. Just warp. Let's see what happens. Mm, 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 mm. Okay. Yes. Hey Sarah. You. So Zyagleto is actually Dado. He's another dev on the game, and the reason why for his smiley face is because he has done that. His master keyboard is fully playable now for this next version. Dado is chuffed. He's been waiting for someone to ask. Yeah. Go ahead and back it. Yeah. Yeah, you can play with mouse and keyboard now. I mean, I can play with mouse and keyboard now if I want. So my controller here, I'm gonna put it up here so you guys know I'm not playing around. I don't know what the controls are, mouse and keyboard. Dado hasn't done a control guide. God, imagine. But yeah, you can. Weirdly, it feels quite nice to do so as well. I wouldn't lie to you. Spacebar to jump. I don't know what climb is. What is climb? Ooh. Ooh, techie. Just crazy. Mouse and keyboard, the movement is so much like you can really get like a nice spin because I guess it's like it's linear in its inputs. Like you can get like a right. Let's go cat pass. Let's do it. That's not a cat pass, mate. Useless. Honestly. Let's try a reverse fault. That is not. Oh, see, he's picking it up. It's just filtering out. See, Dada's got some terrible filters going on. Honestly, Junior. Dada's got to improve his filtering, clearly, honestly. Unlike mine. Me always picking up an animation. God. Uh, climb. Good luck in your exams, Sarah. What exams are you studying for? Curiosity University, college. What's the vibe? Oh, oh yeah. Stale. I think that's better, you know. Ooh, it's a bit quickie with it. But yeah, the hand eye on that one is just tragic. Shit, but whatever I've done, I think I prefer this change. Oh, wicked. Awesome. See, it does the okay. This new way, this does the running vault way better now. Running, that one is so much better now. They're all a bit better now with just the scale, you know. Even that one, and I bet you the handle angles way better as well. Yeah, it's better this way. Got to love a bit of AI. Who doesn't? I'm gonna try and now play a bit like badly, so coming at angles a lot. See there, all I think I need to do there really is just be like, it's just the collisions. But then we kind of need. Do we though? Do we need the collisions though? We do, and we don't. You know what I mean? Because I do it from the once you stop holding on to when you land. I disable collisions now. That's the next thing. I want to check this change in because I think it is better. Um, just in general, like stuff like that, animations like that are better. Some of the IK codes need fixing big time. Other than that, though, in general, the gameplay is really good. Considering the diversity of movements and like the general variation of wall heights, I'm trying to do everything at like a weird angle as well. Like I don't run straight anymore. I'm trying not to run. Oh, okay. I believe I can fly. That is cinematic. You cannot tell me otherwise. Dun 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 dun. Sent from above. Oh, that was not very nice. See, that's when the warp is a little bit nicer. Yeah, I think this change in general. Oh, you did it off thin air. Fantastic. Oh, I'm trying to do a cinematic shot like a line. Ooh. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Like it's pretty good. I ain't gonna lie, this game plays surprisingly well. I think some with some IK improvements, general anim changes and improvements as well. No. It's quite fun. I keep playing it. I need to work on it. What was I gonna do? I like this change. I'm a fan of this change, to be honest. Like, I'm totally honest. I am a fan of this change. Um, yeah. Simply put, I am a fan of this change. I think it is better, and I think this can be a variable that we just put into into the common parameters as well. Yes, to the takeoff sync time. Then go with it. I like it. I think the only thing next to do, I'm gonna check this in. I think the next change is to actually go through my list now. It's a much better stage now, it seems. Um, I can feel this. Did I drink? Yeah, I did. I think I drank it. Who knows? Um, the filtering is much better. I don't think the only thing is really avoid the capsule slide when you sometimes collide going diagonally. I think it's a very like that, and then I'm happy to give you. And then IK, some of the hands IK is pretty shit. The curves, and some of the root motion is too snappy as well. So I think there's a couple animation cleanups, but I don't think any logic wise it's actually pretty simple. So let me just look at what we're doing for the. Can actually get in there. That's funny as hell. That's so thin. Let's open that out a bit. No, that's pretty good, man. I don't care what anyone says. That is pretty good. That transition there, right? So let me try and get a little three-way. Three-way? Whoa. Slow your boat, David. Alright, so climb to drop. See there, if we could just get the jump more responsive. We're laughing on another. We're gonna be laughing. Just doesn't get it. I want to get like this. I could. Oh, so some of the IK is botched. There's nowhere I've messed up the whole line. Yeah, that IK animation is a bit botched. Damn it, I timed it, man. I want to get like a really smooth. See, I you got to run into that thing. Oh, I know what's wrong with that animation as well. It's pretty good, man. It's pretty good. God damn it. I missed the wall. Nah, you can't tell me that sequence there, yeah, isn't elite. What is wrong with these animations? Some of this stuff is just botched. You missed the one. You must be playing. You've got to jump that, mate. You just have to jump that. You've got to jump it. It's just, there's just maybe I slow down off the wall. Okay, that doesn't look amazing. Yeah, squeeze will be back for the next playtest. There's some stuff with the shimmy I got to sort out, but squeeze for sure. He plays pretty well, man. I couldn't lie to you. All right, let me let me do something with my life. Let's sort these collisions. What changes I've made so far? Oh, this change here. I like this change a lot. I like this change. I think it's important. Um, I ain't even let nobody through the front door. She the pussy on my body, so she. And the truth is that you have my hands tied. Smiling, she be grinning with the whole team. If I've been in the whole week, I'ma build it up and bun it with my homies. The neighbors, they keep trying to call them. Everybody stay looking familiar, but tonight they ain't showing who they really are. Alright, now next thing I need to do is sort out the collisions. All these people know me and want to conversate. Room spinning, double vision, double cut. Here, some sus stuff going on. So, sync point if it's less than that, yeah, cool. We can do a couple things. Right? We can even be like, if you're moving quickly, just be like, bun the collision. You know what I mean? Let there be freedom. But that sounds dangerous as well. Um, 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 um. What if we go and we say, because you got to have it back when you land, right? That's the issue. So if we say, because I do the start resting time, right? Which could be 0 for some animations. This probably works all right. What if we just said, look, if it's greater than the takeoff time, between takeoff and land, just get rid of collisions. No, because for some I need them to hit the wall. Could do it speed based, you know. Let me debug what the character velocity is when I'm doing all these jumps. All right, let's see. So,
No, David.
hello.
Oh, I have noticed something in our
Oh.
weights.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking at implementing the heuristic like weight stuff, so it
Yeah.
doesn't always pick up that one. But what I noticed is in the climb ups,
Mm-hmm.
well, in the advanced locomotion, right, the weights that we have, um, I need to check which one, but some of the weights we use, they are not normalized between 0 and 1. I show you on my screen. The problem that that causes is that it's
Oh,
uh, massively skew the weight towards the normalized one.
I
I'll show you here.
see.
Um, if you see my screen here, uh, so if you go here, right, and we do a climb up, you see like the weights are between 16 and like 6,
I
right?
see.
On
Yeah.
the now when I have my falling and my um and my jump, those are normalized between 0 and 1. As you see
I
here, the
see. Yeah.
jumps. So um yeah, like if we have weights that are totally skewed, then yeah, that is basically the reason why he's always pretty much keeping like using the same one, because you see here like the delta is like between 0 and 0.54 and 0.60 is it's okay, but then you got stuff like this which goes like 24,
Yeah.
18, 5. Yeah, it's a lot harder to,
Mm.
yeah. So
I see. Cause I added what's it called? So I just added it. So I made a change now with I added in a filter for the a weight filter for the jump scale, and it made quite a big difference. This is closer to the ones and zero, but it still can have values above one, so it's still somewhat not normalized. Well, it's not normalized. Um, yeah,
Yeah,
that'd be quite important
if you
actually.
can
Then
normalize it, then it would be more like it's like if we have like 6 weights, of course, there will be no each one will be normalized between 0 and 1. So you will have like a maximum of 6, right? But that
yeah,
is still fine because that is
yeah,
still within the range. Is when like you go 5 weights, they range between 0 and 1. Another weight range between 0 and 100,
yeah.
and in fact, it's actually the opposite. That weight will never be picked up because
Yeah,
I sold the minimum weight. So that weight will always be like the last one ever
last
to be
one.
picked,
Yeah,
unless there is only one.
yeah.
And yeah, that was just this quick thing. Just yeah, we need to make sure that every weight is normalized.
It's normalized
Yeah,
now. Yeah. No, hundred
and
percent. Okay.
also if you
Sorry.
see, I also added a weight alpha bias in the. I'll show you here in the filter here in the. So let's go to my chat manager. So if you see here, so you do filter weight. Then I say velocity as a weight of weight alpha of 0.5. So this counts double, right? This counts twice as much. This counts like 3/3, right? So like the lower this and the most favorable this type of weight will become if all of these are normalized. If these are not normalized, then it's still back to the same problem, right? So
Yes.
you
Yeah. Yeah.
can
Yeah.
basically add two ways weights and biases here. Like one is just the normal weights, like everything is between 0 and 1, and
Hmm.
another one is like, well, okay, but I want really the velocity to be more important than the jump
Yeah.
height, and then what you do is just add this weight here, yeah,
I
and
see.
that's it.
Got you. Okay. Cool. That's interesting. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right then. Yeah. Um. Okay. I'm making some changes to the collisions quickly, and then I'm gonna check in what I've changed, and then we can sync on that if you want to.
Yeah,
Or
absolutely, yeah.
whatever changes you want to make to the
Cool.
to that there. That should help a lot. Yeah. No. Yeah. That'll be cool. Okay. Cool. Let's do that. Um. Yeah. But interesting enough, the what's funny is like even with this crappy weighting, it's 1,000 times better now. Like it doesn't always do the cat pass anymore. Since I added the jump scale weight, and I only just care about the forward. I don't really weight the up and down. Um, uh, yeah, it's just the variation of moves is really nice, and the just getting around the level is it's just really nice now. I can't lie to you. Um, but yeah, let me
Oh, I
once
was
we
playing with my friend earlier, and he didn't play this version yet, of course, because we didn't release it yet. But and he said, "Well, but this is like this is a lot better." He was like genuinely like really surprised. It was a lot better than before, and he mentioned something like, "Well, the blue circle thing really changed everything for me." It's just like,
yeah, I knew
yeah,
it
really
would, wouldn't it? Yeah, it
yeah, and
makes
they said, "Well, you know that is not gonna be in the game strictly like that." So yeah, no, but like that blue circle made the thing a million
so much more
times.
playable, doesn't it? It
Yeah,
just like yeah, which it makes more sense. I think in such a densely packed level, you need some kind of way to help you know what you're aiming at, right? Like know what you're targeting, and that for me, I because I we do it subconsciously because we'd have it on at debug all the time, right? And then we would take it off, and then people are like, I can't do it. I'm like, man, it's easy for us. Why can't you do it? It's like, when we in theory had the blue circle on, not know, and they just didn't realize how important it was for us to be able to just replicate movements. Um,
Yeah, no, no, no.
huge,
Yeah,
man.
I think the blue circle is gonna be a big game changer. Like,
Massively.
I noticed something also. Like, I want to say if we can do something about it, but I'm gonna wait for you to finish all the stuff, and then we do catch up on that because there is a case which I would like to cover, but you let me know when you're ready, and we can go through it.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I wanna check in this version because it's I think it's 1,000 times better actually. I'll check it in a minute. I just want to play around with the collisions a little bit, just for like 5-10 minutes quickly, and see what behavior I can get. And then I'll check it in, go grab some food, and then when I get back, we can have a play around if you want.
Excellent. Yeah, for sure.
Awesome. Let's do it. Cool. So, so what was I gonna do? Yeah, yeah, I'll debug the speed at which I'm moving around. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't want to be like. Damn. I wish. I wish I played the one I'm working on now. This version is so much better, even compared to yesterday's one. Just needs IK changes as well, but ooh, pretty bad. You just jumped in the middle of nowhere. That wasn't very good. Most are decent. That's the thing. Most are really good coming at angles. It's just the odd one is pretty crap. That's not one worry. It's like if we don't, if we don't keep the collisions, it's gonna go through the wall. So I think we have to keep it. Oh, but that's because the reason it was like that was because the scale just fires you off for when at the initial point. Yeah, doesn't update. Your direction may change, but the scale doesn't necessarily update according to that. It does a pretty good job, though, to be fair. Yeah, thought that'd be the case. It's the one issue. It's the one issue scaling only, right? As the scale doesn't account for that slight change in. Yeah, the scale doesn't account for that slight change in. Yeah, the scale doesn't really account for that slight change in. Yeah, like there. It doesn't really account for that. That change in direction, the scale doesn't account for. The warp does because it always pulls you to a point like that, but the scale does not. So as your direction changes, it doesn't allow for it. Which can be problematic if you're trying to reach a wall. Step up's not so much because you're just stepping onto a flat ground. You can go beyond, you can go further. But the other one, where you need the foot to be on the wall, that can be a problem. I think it plays a little bit. Let me go back to the old way and see. 6:30, perfect. Perfection. Yeah, it really is, honestly. Yeah, it's better, I think. It's just a bit more consistent in terms of the pulls. Yeah, I just don't like the inconsistency of that scale. I really want to avoid that. Yeah, yeah, it's better. It's better. It just is less snappy, less jumpy. Yeah. Cool, of course, some IK fixes to do, but okay. So now with that, I'm fairly happy with the collision. I'm actually kind of happy with this. I want to check this stuff in, grab some food, and then sync with data on the normalization of this stuff. Big changes, couple big changes. These are all, yeah, jump scale weight thing. Scale load, just improvements in general. Um, no, you don't. Okay, so yeah, we need to normalize. Yeah, we need to normalize a couple different vectors so that then the weighting can be accurate. Which makes sense. I don't know why I didn't think of that. But it would be in the choose best climb up. Yeah. So really, when we use this, we need to get the normalized vector and then take the x of that, if that's what we're going to wait. That way we could be like, okay, then we know, and then that way we know everything is between 0 and 1. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's for everything, actually. Even the velocity, the jump, the height, none of it is normalized. Okay, let me do grab some food. I don't know if you can hear me, Dada. I'm gonna grab some food and I shall catch you
Yep,
back.
I can.
I'm gonna grab some food and then and then
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll catch you later.
sweet. All right, stream. I'm thinking I'll cook the food. That is the long thing. I want to keep streaming. I'm just gonna quickly go put the food in the oven, and once the food's in the oven, I'll come back, stream for like an hour more. Then it should be cooked. Then I'll eat it. Then I'll go. So if you give me just 10 minutes, Dad, I'm gonna put make my food, prep the food, put it in the oven, and then I'll come back.
I'll be here all day, so yeah, no worries.
Okay, cool. Then we can then we can have a look at what's it called, the normalization and stuff, and the biases and all that crap. Cool.
Let's do it.
Cool. I shall be 2 minutes stream. Enjoy this little dev tease. Ooh.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
Places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel.
running away from monkeys in India.
We've jumped over Michael Bay.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
Constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
Training, doing new challenges.
Evading security.
time trials.
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology.
Taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
Completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need.
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques. Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
Places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel.
running away from monkeys in India.
We've jumped over Michael Bay.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
Constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
training, doing new challenges,
Evading security,
time trials,
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology,
taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need.
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques.
That's it.
Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel.
running away from monkeys in India.
We've jumped over Michael Bay.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
Constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
Training, doing new challenges.
Evading security,
time trials,
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology,
Taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need.
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques.
That's it.
Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel.
running away from monkeys in India.
We've jumped over Michael Bay.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
Constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
Training, doing new challenges.
Evading security,
time trials,
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology,
taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
Completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need.
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques.
That's it!
Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
Places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel.
running away from monkeys in India.
We've jumped over Michael Bay.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
Constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
Training, doing new challenges.
Evading security.
time trials.
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology.
Taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
Completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need.
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques.
That's it!
Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
Places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel.
running away from monkeys in India.
We've jumped over Michael Bay.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
Constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
Training, doing new challenges.
Evading security.
time trials.
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology.
Taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
Completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need.
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques.
That's it!
Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
Places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel.
running away from monkeys in India.
We've jumped over Michael Bay.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
Constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
Training, doing new challenges.
Evading security.
time trials.
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology,
Taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always...
Okay, I'm back. What time is it now? 4.
Hey, welcome back.
Not sure that long. Oh. Hmm. That is interesting. Because a weight of 0. That is a problem. I've done that wrong. A weight of 0 is very, very high. Yeah. Weight of 0 is very, very high. Okay. Right, Dado. You can grab latest whenever. Do you want to go through the waiting stuff now?
Yeah, let's go for it. Yeah.
I realize I've done one
Okay,
of
let me
them
grab
wrong.
this.
I've done one of the waitings wrong. Basically, I passed through one of the weights. Apart from the other ones not being normalized, I passed through one of the weights as what's it called? A yeah, crap. Yeah, I passed through one of the weights as the scale itself, which is problem because obviously it takes the lowest weight, right? That's the one it picks, right?
Yeah.
So those with a scale of 0 are actually more incorrect than those with a scale of 1. But the ones with a scale of 1 won't be picked because they'll always pick the scale of 0.
Ah. Yeah, you need to do. Yeah, you need to. Yeah.
One
Okay,
minus it, right?
let me grab latest and then.
Yeah, I actually need to do. No, that's actually fine because I just need to do 1 minus whatever that scale is. But that scale needs to first be normalized between 0 and 1. And then if 1 is my target and 0 isn't, I need to do 1 minus whatever the thing is. So if 0 is the case, then it's going to be high weighted. If 1 is, there's going to be low weighted because of you. Okay, that's not too bad.
Do you wanna do that change now and then?
Yeah, let me do that now. One sec.
Yeah.
2 secs. Yeah, but what if it's above 1? Yeah, it might be. Okay, you know what? Let me do this 1 sec. I gotta find somebody to lose already. Because this isn't a reference.
Like Google laid off 12,000 people. Microsoft 10,000. Oh yeah.
I've been seeing that. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Amazon's doing some. My friend works at Amazon. He said
And Amazon as well. Yeah.
they're doing cutbacks.
Yeah,
As well.
yeah. And Facebook did like, was that 13,000? Like last month, something like that. I mean, it was a long time coming, and it's like all this bullshit about exponential growth and stuff like that. Like Jesus, like you're really bad at math. Really, it's like not sustainable. What is funny is that now Bitcoin has, like, after many months there, it
It's
was
going back
like
up, isn't it?
raised massively. And it's just such a weird, like, the world is a really weird place. Oh shit, everyone lost their job, so let's invest into this.
Let's invest
scam.
now. It's what I'm saying. It's crazy. Like this is why it's one of those weird ones where it was so funny in the working world is like people think they're so set, like working for someone or like working like you're only as safe until they can't afford you. Yeah, I mean, there's always a point at which you're not going to be safe anymore.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like,
I mean,
that safety
like,
is always a
yeah, there are risks factor, and working for the government is a bit less risky. Yeah, sure, but like the volatility is everywhere. You can't just assume that. I think like working for those big companies is even worse, to be honest. I mean, unless you work for a really shitty startup that is going nowhere, fair enough. But
that's the thing. Like, because I feel like this is the thing. So I was speaking to friends about this. Who said, "Oh, like it's way worse than startups." I was like, well, I don't know. You know, if you actually work for a half decent startup, like or like a smaller company, as long as they're like they actually have a like half decent product and whatnot, they're less likely to let you go because there's a smaller workforce. So like the
yeah,
job
yeah,
cuts are less of an overhead, right? Whereas like a bigger company, it's like you're just a number in a big system, right? It's just like I don't care about the random guy in Iowa that does this thing. Get him going. I need 2,000 people gone from that office. It's like, sorry, mate, you just gotta go. Like, you mean we just hire for someone cheaper or whatever. It's like, oh,
yeah.
damn.
And
You think you
you're
matter for
also
a
a lot
second. It's
more
like, yeah.
important in a
Hmm?
small startup than you are in Google, right? And
You're
unless you
someone what?
are,
Say that again, sorry, Dada.
you are a lot more important in
Oh
a
yeah.
small startup
Hmm.
than you are a Google, right? Unless you're
100%.
Larry Page or like say
No, yeah,
something.
100%. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Unless you're like really, really up in the ladder, it's like, yeah, you are disposable in all senses, like really are. Um, and it's a lot
I
harder to
feel like
become indisposable in that scenario because,
yeah, yeah, you're totally a number. And I always feel that if I work in a company and I don't know who the CEO is, like me, I don't know it personally.
hmm,
It's always like I don't know. It just makes me feel really weird. Just it looks like being in a chocolate factory and just
yeah.
packaging chocolate for.
What's crazy is that like, although like Elon Musk has gotten a lot of hate, right? He is by far, without doubt, the most accessible CEO of any like billion-dollar company in the world, right? Like when you really think about it, like whether or not you agree with support, whatever it is, one thing you have to like admit is that like in regards for a CEO, he's pretty active in terms of people like being involved in public decisions the company makes, and it's not like when you have some shady like $1 trillion business and you're like who actually runs that, like who's in charge,
Yeah,
and you just
yeah.
don't.
You
It
know,
could be
like
anyone. It could be some megalomaniac, and you just don't know. And then the
strategy.
business has like
Behind
10
that.
different
Yeah,
fronts. You know what I mean? For what they're actually doing.
yeah. I catch you there. And the worst thing is that when you do not understand who the CEO is, yeah. Oh,
Oh
I
no,
work with
literally, yeah.
BP. I don't know. Something.
It's true. Like, who is the CEO? That's what I mean. Like, who is the CEO of BT?
Uh, you never heard that. What's business?
Sorry.
Yeah, I just said that I read a few comments on LinkedIn of my friends that were laid off. From the Halo office and a couple of other ones. And I think of course, it's a shock, but I've been made redundant twice. Well,
Hmm.
no, once, and the other one had just the company just collapsed. But in both occasions, it was the best news that I could ever receive because that will force you to get out of your comfort zone, looking for something new, be more
Yeah.
aggressive, and more like
Well,
we
it's the drive, right?
serve.
It means you can't settle anymore, like because a lot of people are in the jobs because they're just like yeah, it's easy. I have a job, I make money, whatever. And it's
Yeah,
like it's a risk being like I'm gonna leave and do it when you know that well I've got this thing that I don't have to necessarily do and blah blah blah. And it's all what I mean. Like I don't have to leave it or whatever like that. But the second, what if something's got worse? That's really sus. So not pick that one. What's crazy is if I do that, better. Hmm. Yeah, something sus with the waiting. Because now I normalize, no, yeah, now I normalize that thing, and then subtract it from whatever. Hmm. 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 Oh, so he's clamped. Oh no, it's not clamped. It's unclamped. So why the 1.2? Oh, the weight of the thing is actually it's impacted. This is way better. You know? We sure it tries to minimize it to 0, not to 1. Because when I have my I do it in the way currently I'm meant to do it, where 1 is the more one it favors. And it currently now, when I do it without 1 minus, it actually favors the one going to 1 a bit, from what I can tell.
Um,
It doesn't really pick many of the 0 ones anymore. But when I do it the other way around, it picks a lot of the 0 ones. I'll show you what I mean. Let me.
oh, because then the other weights are more important than that one.
I see. Wait, I'll show you what I mean because
Yeah.
yeah. Let me just share my screen. Have you actually? Let me check in my changes first, and then I'll just check it in as it is right now, and then you can
Yeah.
tear it apart. I gotta find somebody to lose. I can't sit still 'cause oh, find love in your town today. Whoa.
Your town. Born in London. I wanna find love.
I want to find love. Let me find love.
Anyone in London?
Single people in your area. Wow. Cool, that's all checked in. It should be at least.
All right, let's grab latest. Is it in Dev?
Yeah, it's in Dev, yeah. 2 seconds. I'm gonna pop toilet quickly.
Put my age in, I don't know, somewhere online because now all the spam that I got is mature lady in Crawley.
I know. Don't worry, I get that as well. I get that as well. It's like mature woman looking for. I'm like, well then, why didn't you say so? Oh. Okay, 2 seconds. Pop toilet quickly.
All right, good. Building.
Do you have a drink quick?
Okay. Just want it. Mm-mm-mm.
Do this. I'll share your screen. No.
Yep. So yeah, there is a case that like to
What's the case?
cover. I think that is the last missing piece of the puzzle for me.
What was the
Why
case,
is
out
it
of
so
curiosity?
tough? Sorry.
What is the case?
So when you when you're blending out or you're finishing off an animation, I wanna be able to activate the next one a lot faster. I'll show you some of this thing builds. I'll show you what I mean. It's it the same thing that we did for the jump. If you like, if you change the jumps, you can re-jump as soon as you landed, basically, right? So I want to do the same for everything because show you here. So there's a classic case here. Okay, it's over there. Jesus. This one? Yes. No, it's this one. Okay, it's this one. Let's go here. So, so let's start from here. And if you pop over this wall, and then you just roll, and then like, you see that it does the stop there. What I would really like to do is just like once you are rolling off this wall, it just like there it does a stop, and then it goes into idle, and then it goes
Yeah.
back into right.
I think that's because it can't pick up anything whilst it's doing the fall, right? So that fall takes up so much of the and then by the time the fall is then blended out.
Yeah, exactly.
Because then in that case, theoretically, we're like, if we say we want a second to have a good blend time, then you've got like, it's just there's too much, like, in between each one.
Yeah. But even even here, right? It just goes, okay, go up there and then wait, and then you go up there, right? Like,
Yeah.
can we shorten that? Like, I mean, we can try, but can we get it that is?
Yeah, I think that's also because of the surface width thing I have the problem. Not problem, but I give an additional like additional blend out time thing there. Let me kill that. Let me play in that level now. Hold on. Let me jump in. Let me jump in the game real quick. Let me jump in the game. I know what you mean. It's more like more back to back
Yeah,
climbing.
yeah, exactly. Because yeah, theoretically, like if we have a back to back, I think like the main problem is that when it goes into idle,
Yeah,
if we just can avoid not to go into idle, it would be.
because we also I think we need to have a look at the trace or what's going on with the trace too. Um, Making sure that that trace isn't impacted by like the fact that we are not inputting anything. Um, let me jump in the level. You're not.
So one the
Because one thing I think as well is that I don't know if we can climb. So let change that change and then oh, that will be why, you know. That will be why. Because I checked that no montage is playing, which
yeah
is
that yeah. I
dangerous.
was actually wanting
Because
to
that
mention that.
means that the blend out, a montage is still playing. So it can only
Yeah,
pick up a new climb once it has finished blending out. But the blend out could be like
yeah,
a second and a half. Ooh, okay.
exactly. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me make some changes quickly. Okay, yeah, very important. Let me just do this real quick. So I want to make sure see when I actually stop. So set up blend out delegate. Set up a blend out delegate. General montage blend out. Current climb state is none. That is the one. Okay, so can tick climb.
Yeah, because even if it starts the animation while is blending out, it's not as bad as waiting until it
Waiting
crashes
and
on
doing
the.
it, yeah. Sorry, yeah, give me 2 seconds. Let me just I'm gonna do this now. Current climb state does not equal none. Hmm? Mistake. My mistake. Actually pretty key. And repeat that as well. We don't really need. That's so funny. I saw on Instagram this guy I used to be friends with in primary school like 10 years ago. That's funny as hell. Hmm. That's funny. That's quite cool, actually. I gotta find somebody to lose already. You know what? Let me not. Let me debug it in the other level because I can adjust it a little bit easier.
What I like about the new system, like, it's a lot easier to go uh into um into places where before it was like awkward. Like there's a slanted wall here. It's very easy to pop out, and you don't even notice there is a slanted wall. Before we had massive problems. Anything that was like really
Yeah,
straight.
there's a load of animations I need to sort out the IK as well, so it's just bear that in mind too. There's a bunch of IK that's pretty. Oh yeah, oh, that was really nice. I don't know if you saw my screen, but
No? Oh, is it in the chat? In the stream?
I'll put it. I'll show my screen in Discord. It just did what a really cool, like a pop up to like a step up really quickly. Yeah, it's basically. I basically, rather than the stupid additional blend up time, scrap that. We can even keep that still. It doesn't matter. It's like 0.1 seconds. It doesn't really impact it. But it was that case of is a montage playing, which in theory is just wrong. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
So now, if we have a pretty like shorter surface, right, and we want to just go straight back to back, like now it'll just go boom boom.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's now if I'm like that, that's so
Yeah,
good.
that looks cool. That looks proper cool.
Let's try it at that angle. Boom. Oh god, I picked a crappy animation. Great. But that's
Yeah, but
sick.
it feels a lot
Yo,
better.
that's sick.
Like
Let me-
that is really, really impressive.
that's such a simple change as well. Like, and it makes so much sense. It was so wrong otherwise when I actually think about it, because it was like, yeah, why are we waiting for the montage? Because we know we've already landed, right? And it's blending out. Well, we can blend out into a new one. That doesn't stop us, right? There's no,
Yeah,
there's no,
exactly.
there's no reason why we shouldn't. Like, it just killed. That was probably a big factor for killing response. That was, you know what's funny? That's probably why we had a ton of bumping in. And that's also, that might actually really, really impact the bumping in, because what was happening probably was, in between stuff, is that it was waiting for the montage to fully blend out. And that's why it was bumping into things. Ooh. Oh, I climbed the wrong. Okay, it just picked an interesting one. See, when is idle there? See there. That is the one thing. What is so? Oh, you know what it is as well. It needs to be like. Okay, because what I'm gonna do is let me debug whether or not you can tip climb. Let me. Hold on, I've got too many things being printed out. I can't see the fucking screen.
Yeah, I checked in like a very. I cleaned up a lot of my BS printer
Yeah,
that
no, I
just
do the
put them on.
same.
It's full of this.
This is what I want to get rid of. I don't even use this file anymore. But for now, let's just get rid of that. Let's just do this. I didn't even. It was the most annoying thing. I didn't even add the thing I wanted to get printed out. Okay, so just so we know it's ticking. Oh, hurry up.
Yeah, I think that his animal touch plane is always been sus.
Yeah,
I
it's always
think we
sus
should
as
just.
well.
That will always create problems at some point.
See, what's interesting there, right? There's something in the falling, I think, because between two climbs, it's quite good. It's when it goes
Yeah,
to the fall and then comes out again. Because if you see here, right, in this gap, so I want to go from up here to that. That's pretty spot on, right? Like that's pretty good in terms of back to back.
yeah. Why does it bounces off
Yeah,
the
I'm
first time?
really confused because there is no collisions on this thing. I need to have a look at. I need to have a look at.
There it is, boom.
Yeah. So yeah, that'll be the collisions. I need to look more at that. There's a couple of animations that just are not as nice as the other ones. There's some that really move really nicely, and then even there, it's just this one here I hate so much. But then
Yeah,
take
it
a
looks like he's constantly late.
well, that one it's the actual root motion of it. Like it snaps the ground really quick. I'll show you in a bit. And that one there, what? There's something going on with that one. Oh, I think I know what it is. The problem with that one is as well.
Yo, yo, yo.
There we go. There we go.
How are we?
Good man. I'm locked down.
Amazing.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Oh, okay.
So that it
Oh,
does. Yeah.
I didn't
Is
even. I don't
it?
think I rebuild. Sorry, I need to rebuild so I can see
Is that
Cantic
the
climb.
falling? No, the falling is in his own like slot, right? So should never.
Yeah. Oh, it's just such a bad element. I don't think there's any. See here, I'm on can't tick. I picked it. Okay, that time it picked it up. All right, for God's sake. Um, I just don't even think that one has any hand key on it. Wow, see, it's actually doing it there. What's happening? Because obviously I'm going slow mo. It's actually doing it but it's very quick. Like it's quite late when it allows me to tick climb, right? Like there, yeah. If it had actual hand key, that'd be quite nice. So here,
Yeah,
Hold
it
on,
goes.
there's something about this performance. It's just so. It just feels like my frames are just getting tanked. I don't know why. Let's climb up here. That needs under, okay. Yeah, see, something like this, that's the problem, right? It's like by the time
Yeah.
we actually come out of the fall, I'm hitting the wall. Like, it just has no time because the fall just takes so long.
Yeah.
And yeah. And then only once I start standing up can it pick an animation. And then it ends up picking one of those really slow ones that are close to the wall because of it. Yeah, and it likes this one. And the blend-in time of that one is just a bit crazy. I think we have the reason I don't like that one. I think it's way too much leverage. I need to change the animation because it's got like 3 or 4 steps in, but it's really annoying because yeah, you end up just walking into the wall. It's really terrible. I think it's got way too much. It's picking a phase way too far back. I'm gonna
It
change
should
it
never
again.
be phase, half half a phase back. Like you can have like very long leverage, but you will always go from takeoff to half phase back. So I'm pretty puzzled by that. Yeah, there is something sus about. But I think the problem there is that it goes into idle, and like the blending is all off because like it blends from idle like there, like
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, it goes
when it
into
goes
idle,
straight
doesn't it?
into
Yeah,
idle,
yeah.
there,
It looks
boom, and
it
then it
slaps it
starts
up,
again.
doesn't it? It like throws it off and then goes idle, and then yeah, the collision of the wall is quite. Because it's weird because like this one here, right? That's really nice.
Yeah, exactly.
I
Yeah.
need to sort out those collisions. I thought it might be better leaving them off, but then not. I need to sort that out. I'll do that probably when I get like Sunday and the IK on this thing. See, but like there now, the actual climb to climb is way more responsive. Um, there's also what is going on. Oh, it's because it's picking up the. Why is it that?
Yeah, I never understood that small step there, why it has so many problems.
So that warp there is happening, but it should just be scale. Oh, it's because there's a warp up one. It's picking, not okay. Okay, I'm gonna revert back to my old changes. There's a couple changes I'm gonna revert back to. Um, yeah, that's terrible. Yeah, there's a couple I'm gonna revert back to.
Yeah, they're just half a second too late.
Yeah, I don't know if that's. Yeah, it feels like the idol is just like. What if I can I. See here though, right? By the time it allows me to do it again, it's just that you're never going with it doing that drop to roll that animation there. You're never gonna get a good blend because it's like it covers so much space before I can actually pick another animation that it's always gonna have to like kill my scale. So it's gonna cancel out a load of the ones that like say if I dropped and then like halfway through I then picked one up, it might be a lot nicer transition because it then basically means I have to jump from like here. It's always gonna pick one of the near ones, and these ones always seem to have like a weird step in, and they just don't look very nice. So that's probably why it also looks so funky. What the hell? Okay, I need to have a look at these. Need to weight them properly. No, I think
But the fact that it doesn't go back to the trajectory lines, it means that it's not even in locomotion. So, like, it starts to play the idle, and then it blends in from the idle. If it was like going into the locomotion, it would be like there. See, there is no.
Yeah, it just doesn't have
There.
a nice blend. It's like that. See, like something like that, we're never gonna get something good. Let me. Okay, I want to make 2 changes. First change I want to go back to. What's 2 things? First thing I want to go back to is it in here? I think it's in. Sorry, no, this. That. That'll preserve the forward momentum on these moves a lot more. That's a bit better. Maybe I just say that's better there already. Wait, is it even checked in? Is this? I don't know what it. What is wait, what? Why am I at 26 frames? Do you know what could be causing that?
Which one? 26?
I'm getting 20 frames. Maybe because I'm streaming.
I always have that.
Let me start streaming and see.
Yeah, still streaming on that, but like I would have terrible
30 FPS. What the?
Oh,
What is? Why is it so bad?
I was trying to.
Because it's hard to like know how nice the movement is when the frames are just janky. Like so, like everything just looks a bit robot. Like everything just looks off. Yeah, it just looks terrible. Theory.
Yeah. I know. It changes everything. It's yeah. I really need to get to the bottom of it, but yes. So the
I think the first thing we've got to do is we've got to have like shorter landing. Like the landing's got to really, like, unless there's room to go like that, you've got to really like yeah, it can't like in those tight gaps. A roll will just 100% kill the flow. It's like there's no matter what we do, a roll will always kill the flow. Okay, and then next, let me see if I can figure out why. Let me have a look at this.
If I play the game now, I can have some very, very, very good flow, right? I think.
Yeah, no, you can in tight spaces though. It's like the falling when you go into the falling to then come out of it. in like certain
Yeah.
animations, because you need to, it can really just damage the flow in open areas. Like if you're going off and then land and you have space to roll and all that, the flow is perfect, right? Especially now that you can do back-to-back climbs a lot easier. But there's something still very sus about. Let me have a look at this. It's 4-5. This guy here. There's something just off about you. I can't. It's 2 minutes too long. Let me. You know what I want to do?
Something weird happened. Some of the 100K are very off now.
Yeah, no. It's for certain animations. It's some animations are good. Some animations are. I need to go through them all. I don't think all of them have good curves. I need to actually go through them all, make sure the curves are correct. Can I just set a start keyframe? I really want to just eliminate. Significant portion of this animation.
Yeah, it's a lot more snappy now. Like it does some weird snaps now with the caption. It wasn't doing before.
What do you mean?
Like yeah, let me share my screen again. Going, especially when you don't go absolutely straight.
Because there was a couple animations most of the animations are really good. There's a couple that are just very snappy, especially the 45711, the 8204. There's a couple that are just very very snappy. Let me put Poppy back in.
Let's see that. Oh, that was weird.
Yeah, I got to address that one as well.
I had
That's
a like a super long
warp. Yeah,
warp.
yeah, that one I know. Yeah, so that happens when like at the edge of a couple ones where it like because you still have time to change the location. It picks up something really far away during the jump. So we need to put.
Don't we filter out from the from the filter, like if it's scared too much.
Well, no, because at that point it's already picked, right? It's because there it's due to skew. The one of those ones there, the change I made now that should actually combat that as well for those ones.
Okay.
Let me I just got to delete. Okay, so 45711. Gonna delete you.
Yeah, it was like there's a strange snap from time to time. I cannot reproduce it.
I think I know what it's gonna be. I think the scale I've changed I changed that. Give me 5 minutes. I'll check it and then play around again. Let me see if it's better.
Oh yeah, if you go into this corner, there is always that strange snap. There, it's just like.
See, that's the animation. You're playing 45711, right?
All right, I don't know. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Oh,
if you look at my screen.
Okay.
Let me share my screen in Discord. That's snap. A couple animations have it. It's because of the root. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
I've re-elaborated a new one that's a bit shorter now, so it should just go boom, boom, go. So it's actually 1, 2, go. So like, but if you look here, the actual root does that. So it's like it goes bang really, really quickly because it's like a pop-up one. So it's because it's not as smooth. When we're scaling it, we get that sense of bang so much more like amplified. So it results in that snap.
I'm gonna say, how does it look without the root motion on? Why does it do that incredible snap? I mean, in the mockup it's fine, right? What is causing that snap there?
See, in the mocap non-root motion, it's alright. However, the root motion of it makes it look bang. It just looks too, like, the change is so rapid that that's what makes it look super snappy.
Is it our root motion calculation that it goes?
It might be because it just like because if we look at the actual Z, maybe I don't know, whatever it is. It goes like it just goes back, like down really quickly. So when I think we scale it, it looks.
That's good. Is that DZ?
Yeah, this is pelvis. Sorry. Yeah, here like this.
Oh, there.
This is
Well, yeah, that is wrong, right?
Yeah, like this is absolutely like this within. So the height change goes
right,
90
so that is
within
the problem, right?
5-6 frames, right? Yeah, which is obvious. That's what.
Is that when they take off? Is after the 100K?
No, but not for all animations. There's only like a few. Like I think that one does it. 8205 does it. There's a couple I've seen that do it but not all of them. Like some are really good. I think this one might do it as well. Yeah, it does. It's like boom, and it makes it look quite snappy. It's like here. Yeah, it's like two very general overall thing, but these two, bang, and then gradual bang again, and it causes some snappy feeling movements in that sense. Let me give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna try out this new animation.
But try to play with no root motion.
Okay, that one's much better now as well.
Okay. My audio is gone. Oh, no, okay.
Yeah, the Hyundai Kill, the 3859, that needs to be earlier. I think it comes in way too late. So now that it doesn't pick I know I've changed the animation, it doesn't pick that one all the time anymore. And it's a lot better. See, some of them still have that snappiness because of the root.
Can you hear me, David?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Oh, I muted myself. Oh my god.
Ah, yeah, didn't understand.
Sorry, I was talking the whole freaking time. No, I was saying yeah, that now that it's improved a bit actually.
Yeah, it's a bit better now.
But it's because it's not picking that 4, 5. I deleted it and did a new one with a lower leverage, and it doesn't pick it as much, and it picks other ones, but it still has that issue of like when it goes into the falling, it just doesn't have enough time to come out and do the other ones. Yeah. Again, I also think this might be a side effect of not having the proper weighting of the scale, with that not being spot on. Because with that being, because it seems to be.
When does the falling, like when can you input a new climb up?
Once you start blending out of the fall, but for like 90% of these, it's like I start blending out from the fall once I'm into the wall. So then when it then blends to the climb up, like there, that looked okay in slow-mo, but in real time you see the bang of the wall so obviously. So there, it
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
picks
yeah,
it
yeah.
up. And so what's actually happening is the climb up that it's picking isn't like an immediate jump to grab. It's like a walk forward one and then do it. Because
Yeah,
we're hitting the wall, we've resorted to the one where it's like ignore the takeoff distance and just focus on the route to thingy distance, and then just basically so that we can still jump and we don't cancel out a bunch of animations because they're not far enough back.
but that looks
then
a lot better than when it was going into. Yeah, there it went into idle and then it looked weird.
Yeah.
But if it doesn't go into idle, even if it bangs against the wall, it somehow looks better. But can we what check do you have in the climb up? Just you need to wait for the fall?
Yeah, like if you're still falling, you can't do it.
Yeah, but let's change that, right? Let's change just out of curiosity, right? If you remove that check, right? And you just do it, you know, whatever. Because I can really change, like, he's in falling scenario, right? I can just change that and can change, you know, if it's, you know, if falling, like, is actually falling, like, in free fall, right?
Yeah.
And that will, like, and then we just blend out like we do for the jumps, and, you
Let
know.
me try and time it right.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. If you tell me right, yeah. Yeah,
Let me make sure.
that look okay.
No, I don't know if it's. Let me make sure, because I also have a thing here. Okay, so it's not jumping, and we were just telling.
Oh yeah, even jumping can be improved. I think it's I have a check that says if it's not in mid-air, and I think that is the check. That one still goes into idle, right?
So it's saying tick climb here, right? It's ticking the climb.
Why doesn't it start the other montage?
The next one, I know. There must be a reason why it can't start the other one. Is there any tick on your thing setting the climbing one to be playing?
Sorry?
Is there any tick in the falling so it's just like force it playing?
No.
Okay, Dad, I got my food's in the oven. I don't want it to burn, so give me like 20 minutes. I'll be back.
Yeah.
You're back, stream.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
Places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel.
running away from monkeys in India.
We've jumped over Michael Bay.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
Constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
Training, doing new challenges.
Evading security.
time trials.
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology.
Taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
Completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression. learning the skills and abilities that you need
through the tutorials, sharing techniques.
That's it.
Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
Places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel,
running away from monkeys in India.
We've jumped over Michael Bay.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
Training, doing new challenges.
Evading security.
time trials.
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology,
Taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques.
That's it.
Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
Places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel,
running away from monkeys in India.
We've jumped over Michael Bay.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
Training, doing new challenges.
Evading security.
time trials.
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology,
Taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques.
That's it.
Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
Places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
diving off bridges in Basel,
running away from monkeys in India.
We've jumped over Michael Bay.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
Training, doing new challenges.
Evading security,
time trials.
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology,
Taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need.
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques.
That's it.
Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel.
running away from monkeys in India.
We've jumped over Michael Bay.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
Constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
Training, doing new challenges.
Evading security,
time trials.
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology,
Taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need.
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques.
That's it.
Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel.
running away from monkeys in India.
We've jumped over Michael Bay.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
Constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
Training, doing new challenges.
Evading security,
time trials.
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology,
taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
Completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need.
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques.
That's it.
Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
Places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel,
running away from monkeys in India.
We've jumped over Michael Bay.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
Training, doing new challenges.
Evading security.
time trials.
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology,
Taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need.
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques.
That's it.
Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
Places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel.
running away from monkeys in India.
We've jumped over Michael Bay.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
Constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
Training, doing new challenges.
Evading security.
time trials.
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology,
Taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need.
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques.
That's it.
Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
Places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel,
running away from monkeys in India.
We've jumped over Michael Bay.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
Training, doing new challenges.
Evading security.
time trials.
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology,
Taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need.
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques. Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
Places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel,
running away from monkeys in India.
We've jumped over Michael Bay.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
Training, doing new challenges.
Evading security.
time trials.
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology,
Taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need.
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques. Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
Places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel,
running away from monkeys in India.
We've jumped over Michael Bay.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
training, doing new challenges,
evading security,
time trials,
massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology.
taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
Completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need.
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques.
That's it, that's it.
Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
Places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel,
running away from monkeys in India.
We've jumped over Michael Bay.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
Training, doing new challenges.
Evading security,
time trials,
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology.
Taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
Completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need.
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques.
That's it, that's it.
Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel.
running away from monkeys in India.
We've jumped over Michael Bay.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
Constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that
Okay. Getting back.
Yo.
Yo.
Yeah, mate. Feel it. Yo. That wasn't very good for the stream. Yeah, so what's the status of the
Sorry,
for the UI games?
What's the what's right?
What's the status for the UI?
Oh, I've not actually done much yet today, so it's basically the same as the previous update. What I've been doing so far today is I fixed the stairs collision extending too low, so they're all tightened up now. I did fix that problem of the HUD not aligning to the right side of your screen. I worked out what that was, and I've corrected that. So now when you scale it, no matter the size, it goes to the right place.
Yeah.
And there was an issue with the time trial where it wasn't always updating. Like, I thought it wasn't saving every time, but it was saving. It just wasn't updating the time, the display time properly. So I've corrected that.
Okay,
So now I'm on. I was going to, before you messaged me, get onto the scoring system.
the scoring system. So
Yeah.
yeah, so a couple of things, right? I wanna make sure that we can interface the UI with the code easy. Now, my plan is to, for as much as possible, like if we can 100%, but if not, for as much as possible, to use blueprints in the UI only to do the design side of things. So anything that runs the logic needs to go through code, and there are many reasons for that. But yeah, that is generally the approach that I want to take, because we will need to interface with the network and blah blah blah. So having two different, what I don't want to have is some blueprint code that handle some gameplay, and then some C++ code that handle some other gameplay, right? Just like usually you have a single source of truth, okay? So you either do it in one or the other. And our is a C++ project, so we must do it in code. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we don't build any. I know that you already have some logic in the UI, especially for the time trial. Okay, but that needs to be
the time trial is a. But I mean, other than what I've started on the scoring system, the time trial is the only thing that's heavily tied into Blueprint.
Yeah.
The stamina bar in that is I mean the stamina I'm already pulling from the player character, the stamina value you've got set in there, and the flow is at the moment using the stamina value just as like a dummy.
Yeah. So how does the, like, if I open the HUD UI, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how does the blueprint side looks? Like, that doesn't look like a complete mess.
There's some construct stuff just to no, it's not a complete mess. There's some construct stuff just to set dynamic materials so that the stamina bar can get updated in that.
Yeah.
But that's about it for the HUD.
Okay, so
and the stamina bar's connected to the event tick just to update it, but that's all.
Yeah, I mean, what are the functions that the UI needs in order to update the UI itself?
Do you want me to share? Hang on, let me share my screen.
Yeah, I share the screen.
There it is. Nope. No, it's the right one. Yeah. Wait, let me just. So. Yeah, so when we get into the HUD, this is what's in the blueprint at the moment. So for the construct, so the time trial always exists, because then I can control it a bit better where it sits in the UI. Because originally I had it as it was its own widget. I mean, it is its own widget, sorry, but I had it as I would create it and call it to the viewport when it was needed, but it was making it really awkward to position with the HUD. So what I've done is I've integrated it as part of the HUD, and I just turn the opacity on and off as and when I need it. So when you first construct, it just sets the time trial UI opacity to 0 so that it's not showing. And then it goes through and it just sets the dynamic materials for the flow bars and the stamina bars, which allows us to update it later.
Mm-hmm.
The event tick is pulling the player stamina to update stamina and flow. Oh, yeah, sorry. So originally I had the stamina and flow as a custom event that you could call. So you could update it as and when you want. And then I've just plugged that function into the event tick because I assumed. I don't know whether we'll want to be updating it every tick or if we'll want to update it on specific occasions. So
how come we tick? Why do we tick the stamina progress there? Isn't that? Can we not just bind that to a function that will pull from?
That's what I mean. So I've got a custom event here, set stamina, that just calls the function. But when I was testing it, I just needed it to be firing all the time to be able to see it. So I plugged it into the event tick, but this event tick can be unplugged and you can just call the functions if you want. Doesn't really. Because all the function is it just gets the dynamic material and it just sets the progress value using the player's stamina divided by 100.
Why do we need the event though?
The set event. What do you mean?
The set stamina and set flow event.
Oh, I suppose you don't. I suppose that's the same thing.
In the HUD, can we not bind the value to a function, which is the get, and it'd be like get stamina bar progress, and we just bind that value.
Oh no! So it is for the where is it? Wait. Sorry, I've locked it, so I can't click it by accident and drag it out of place. So it is for the actual percentage of the stamina bar. So the material, so it would fill up and close on its own without the dynamic material, and it would work perfectly fine, and that's all binded. What this material is doing is it's letting me feather the edge. Because you see where it like fades out, the green?
Yeah.
That's the dynamic material allowing me to. So the progress, it's tracking like a feathered gradient alongside that edge as the progress decreases and increases. Because by default, I can't change that in the progress bar. So I've done it through a dynamic material. Which is why, so that function for, I should maybe rename it to be fair, for setting stamina bar progress, that is, that's to track that further along the progress bar. But I should maybe rename it to specify that it's for the material.
So what else have we got in the blueprint part?
And then, so the only other thing in here is that set S color and opacity at the bottom, which isn't actually used for anything at the moment, but it's purely just in case we ever want it in the future. So you'd call this, you'd set which of the 3 S's up here you want. So 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
It starts at the top and it counts counterclockwise. I don't know why I did it counterclockwise. I did. So 1 at the top, 2's bottom left, 3's bottom right. So you just set the integer and then you set what color and opacity you want it to be. So you can individually change these if you ever want to in the future. Currently, it's never called. It doesn't do anything.
Yeah. Okay, so
and then
and what's the thing at the bottom?
So this is just fired when I want to. I don't know. It's something else. So when I want to bring the time trial UI into focus and out of focus, I've just been calling these constructs and destructs.
Yeah, that's there is a question if to construct the destruct every time, or usually the consensus is that you don't want to do like new and delete.
These are like, I suppose these are false names because it's not actually constructing and destructing it. It's turning its opacity up to 1, setting all the variables, and then turning it down to 0.
Right. What is that create UI? function?
Oh, so that's in the time trial widget. That's its logic for setting how many checkpoints it needs, what timers to use, and things like that. So that's all
Does that
controlled
create a
in the time
widget every
trial.
time that's called?
No, it changes the widget before, so it changes all the variables to be appropriate for the time trial you're running, like which course you're running, and then it brings the opacity up to 1. It does.
Okay.
It's not a new widget every time. It's the same widget.
Okay. And then the widget is initially created. Because what's that create checkpoint widget there?
So that create checkpoint widget is these little circles. So I can dynamically create how many of these I want based on how many checkpoints are on that route.
Okay.
So those they get completely cleared when this is first called. They get completely wiped out, and then it regenerates for how many it needs. But it's literally just these circles.
Okay, yeah, got you. So there's only ever one instance of the HUD and one instance of the time trial UI, right?
But yeah, that just gets brought in and out of in and out of opacity, and the values get changed whilst it's invisible, or get set, I suppose, whilst it's invisible. So because this is just like how many checkpoints we need, create one for each, add it as a child to the thing, and just make sure. I think these alignments are technically redundant, but I was getting occasional errant behavior if I didn't have them in. Occasionally they weren't lining up properly.
Is there any performance overhead to having all the UIs all on the screen at all time, but opacity is 0, against whether or not it's actually in the viewport or not? Because I wonder, like, theoretically, it's loading all the information at all times, even though it's.
I haven't tested it, but it's not being rendered on screen, and there's nothing like when it's invisible. There's nothing updating all the time, but there's nothing ticking, anything like that.
I see. Okay.
So, I mean, whatever the overhead is for loading a static image and then not rendering it, any pixels, I guess.
I didn't know. I was curious. I didn't know if that was the case.
I mean, it's definitely worth testing and running diagnostic on it. I don't know off the top of my head.
I think Real has an early out, which is the same as not doing anything if the opacity is less than 5%. If it's less than 5%, I think Real completely discards whatever that thing is.
Makes sense.
And yeah, actually, there could be three ways that we can go around it. Like, one is just delete and create every time, which is not the recommended thing to do if it's a high frequency. Like, if you do it every frame, you don't want to do create, destroy, create, destroy, create, destroy. If you do it once every 5 minutes, it may be better. Right? So there is a question of frequency there. The general thing that normally people do is just to hide them, and then some of the people just put it off screen. The thing that I like the least is putting it off screen, because the logic between putting it back, back off and back in is always very.
Yeah, that seems like a bit of a nightmare. Doing that.
Sorry?
That sounds like it would be a nightmare to do that.
Yeah, it's not.
Move it off screen.
But I think for the UI, right? No, for the time trial, how many times you could even one every 10 seconds. Maybe it should really be create and destroy.
Yeah, the only problem I was having was it was awkward to try and line it up consistently and properly, in the HUD, exactly where I wanted it, and have, if you was to rescale the HUD and stuff, for it to stay in position in that. If it wasn't existing on the HUD at all times.
Really?
Yeah, because it was you'd call it, you'd create it and then you'd add it to viewport, but it's not a part of this like panel and retainer box. It's its own
Right.
thing. So if you were scaling it wasn't following the same rules, which meant you'd always have to place it slightly differently based on what resolution the screen was at. Whereas if I have it exist as part of the HUD, it's always locked into this correct scaling, and you just
Right.
bring it in. I mean, there might be a way of like reserving its spot, maybe, and you delete the child, but you keep its spot there, and then you just keep recreating it in that spot, which actually would probably work because it's in a scale box. If I just deleted the child, and then when we wanted to call it, we just construct and add the child to that scale box, I imagine its spot always stays there. It stays reserved, and the widget gets.
Yeah,
That might
should be
that might
like
actually
that.
work.
But here comes, okay, can we like can we go back to the blueprint stuff? So that is all we have, right? In there. So
Yeah.
okay, it's pretty good. It could be a little bit more minimal, but that's okay, right? Now, the next big thing is if you go to the designer, we have a problem with the scaling. The problem is that scaling is continuous scaling, or does it scale smart? With that, I mean, usually there is a no that is scaling fonts, okay? Like you should never ever scale fonts. And by the looks of it, the fonts are scaled. And that could create big problem.
Yeah, hang on. Sorry, I've just realized that so it scales on the vertical, but these side ones aren't scaling on the horizontal, which is weird. Yeah, no, it needs that. Oh, I'll have to have a look at why that's happening.
Yeah.
Right, but
So yeah, how do we
but how
address
so
this
how
scaling?
would you have it where the HUD is scaling and changing size, but the font will stay the same? Because at some point, like this word flow is going to be covering the whole HUD if it never changes size.
No, of course, yeah. No, I mean, usually you do, like, you have a constant set pieces on the main resolutions that you can support, okay? And anything in between, it's either, it's either, one, the like the one on the left or the one on like the template, let's say, on each side. So let's say that you go a template. There we go a template that pixel perfect for 720p. Okay. Now that's 720p. No, we do it like super mega pixel perfect. Now 1080p, we do another one super mega pixel perfect, in which the fonts are not scaled, blah blah. Okay, so if we have anything between that, you simply use one of the two, right?
Right.
But
okay.
you have those like goalkeepers there in because we don't know here. Like the problem is that we don't know here what is the nominal resolution that the UI has been tailored with. I don't know if that makes sense, right? Like those fonts, for example. Actually, can you take those fonts right there? What is the size of those fonts?
Yeah. 9. Sorry, I'm just making a note. They're 9. Yeah.
9. Okay. So what we need to do is like go to our preferred resolution and like remove all the scaling. Okay. So go to our preferred resolution. Let's say that is 1080p. Okay. And make that font size. If it's 9, good, yeah, it's all good. But if it's not 9, just make that font size which fits perfectly our nominal resolution. Let's say 1080p, okay. And then from then on, if we go like 720p, then we are not just scaling it down to whatever number that may be. But we are replacing the fonts with, instead of size of 9, it's gonna be a size of, I don't know, 7 or whatever. But it's very like it is very discrete. So we need to have a series of discrete layouts, and like moving is allowed, but scaling is not. So if you have like if you try here, I don't know, something like voice between 720 and 1080, like something that is 900, right? We would just get whoever is closer between 720 and 180. That's probably bang in the middle, actually, and just move the UI but leave the size as they are. It would be a little bit uncomfortable to read, but at least the scale is what the
Right.
font resolution is okay. I think the most important thing are the fonts. Like the text, the images, I mean, don't really, like, unless you are a super geek, you don't really care about those and say, yeah, whatever, just images that are bit, because they're all filter and ballatos, but the fonts are very important, that they are absolutely pixel perfect. If they're not pixel perfect, they look blurred, and it's just everything is just looks awful.
See, I don't know if the Unreal designer here is giving me like a false impression, or if it's actually doing those corrections for us. Because if I scale like up to 4K and look at them, they're super sharp. They're like pixel perfect.
Yeah, so that cannot
And
be 9, right?
And then if I take it down to 640, it's also pixel perfect. So I don't know if it's already doing calculations and corrections for us and adjusting the. I don't know.
Additional half blend is a problem.
Because because the thing is, if I'm not getting any visual feedback,
yeah,
I don't know what I'm fixing.
But
does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like 100%, I agree with everything you're saying. Premise. I'm saying I don't know how to see it. I don't know if this is false information or if it is actually correctly fixing things on the fly for us, and it's already doing that job.
Yeah. Can you run the game in a very shit resolution?
Guys, I'm gonna pop off in a minute. I'm just gonna make some changes that on my end, and then check in a couple of different things. But I'm gonna pop off. I don't know if one of you wants to start streaming or something. If you guys gonna be around.
Yeah, we'll do later.
Cool.
Yeah,
Awesome.
I'm more likely going to be in and out because I need to play Taxi tonight. So me streaming maybe isn't the best
Might just
idea.
leave it for tonight then. Awesome stream.